Hello, everyone. Happy Saturday to you all. I hope you're all doing well today. I am going to be working on my top hat, my personal top hat. I don't get to do that often. I don't get to make myself things. So occasionally I like to make sure I make myself things so that I still love what it is that I'm doing. I was over here playing with a stitch. I saw someone do this the other day. Oh, I forgot to turn this. Hi, Elizabeth. I got to turn this light on to make it easier. When I got to show things closer. See, that's a chain stitch. I was checking it out. Someone said they do that on visible seams. Okay, Elizabeth, I will. Mom said you would not wait. What do you mean, Renee? What are you referring to? Oh, the hat. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, I was going to, but I've been feeling kind of ugh lately. Hi, Hannah. Hi, John. Hi, Francis. Yeah, I just been feeling kind of getting in a funk. Um, and decided that maybe it's because I need to commission for myself. I need to pay myself for the work I do. So some of this I did off camera. Obviously, I've cut out everything. I glued it all together. We did some of that online. Um, and I burnished edges. I dyed and burnished the edges so it actually looks like that's the finished side of the black, to make it look more like one piece. And I did that on all the edges, even the ones that'll be inside the hat, just to make it look cleaner. The only one I didn't do was this outside edge of the brim, because it's going to be covered up. I will be putting the wire on it, which I need to go grab my wire, and this will go around it. So this edge will be finished in the long run. But this is the original flesh side of this black, which is not a pretty flesh side. This is Horween's Chrome Excel leather. It undergoes, I think it was 89 processes in 28 days. It is actually it starts off as a veg tan leather, which is a stiffer leather that is often used for wet forming and stamping. And then after it goes through that process, becomes, they chrome tan it. And then they do a heat press and infusion and who's it and what's it. And they do all kinds of process. 58 processed or 59 processes in 28 days, or is it 98? I don't remember. It's a whole lot of processing in 28 days to make it this beautiful leather that will stand up on its own to its beauty, or you could actually throw some polish on here and shine it up. It has a flexibility to it. It just feels good when you touch it. I mean, obviously this side, I would not want that up against my body, but this side is very nice to the touch. I mean, you could make clothing out of this, but you would have to line it with some kind of fabric to put something against your skin that you would want touching you. I'm going to move that over here. I don't know why I tied these together when I know I need them separate. Because I will work on this before I, well, no, because I'll put those two together, and then I'll put the edging on this, and then I will attach these two together. These pieces out of the way. But for now, I've got this turned inside out because I will stitch this down this line here where I've got these. There's 3 sets of holes here, so I will stitch this down. Then I will open the seam and sew the flap over to here, and then sew this flap over to here. And that will give me a double row of stitches in the back. Get me some extra thread here. Hi, Crazy Carol. Or Carol Crazy. Crazy Carol, Carol Crazy. Is there any difference in that? I'm going to have to pay better attention to chat today because Marcia is working her grandson to the bones, I do believe. Her grandson is at her house, and she's taking advantage of the fact that she has a helper to get all the things done. Hi, Trinity. So Marcia is taking advantage of the fact that she has a 15, 16-year-old at the house that can do things that she should not be doing, or things that need 2 people. And so she's taking advantage of having him there so she can get things done. I'm stripping some of the wax off this thread because, boy, howdy, it's waxy. Got a nice abundance of wax on it. So I'll just toss the extra wax away. Let me see. This is the top. I will hide my knot up here where it'll be less likely seen. Carol, I am uncertain to which you are speaking as far as death dates go. Or are you meaning past death dates of people who have passed? Hi, Britta. Hi, Snibbles. But if you need prayers, you know we are the crew to say the prayers for everybody who needs them. That is what we do. Oh, those kind of dates. I get that. Absolutely get it. And the son is probably the hardest because, in my opinion, as a mother, that is the hardest thing we deal with, is the passing of our own children. Because, as parents, we think we would never have to lay our own child to rest. Been there, done that. Do not wish it upon my worst enemy. So for me, that was the worst. So your prayer requests are definitely granted by me for strength and peace. Always remember the good days. That is what has got me through. Since 1987. So, how is everybody's Saturday going? Hi, Sharon. Happy Saturday. How is everybody's Saturday going? Hannah's Saturday is kind of coming to an end since she's ahead of us. Hi, Marla. What has everybody been doing today? About the same. I stayed up too late last night. As Lisa and I always do. We finished up Robbie's live, and then she and I reconciled the list of things that were purchased. Then Robbie called us and we compared it to his list, because the list is checked by 3 individual people. So 3 of us keep the list. Z keeps the list on site. I keep the list, and either Marcia or Lisa also keeps the list. And then we compare them to make sure that we all agreed on what the price was that was listed. We agreed on what each person purchased and stuff like that, to better guarantee that when someone gets a bill, that it's accurate to the best of our ability. So we did that last night, and then Robbie hung up because he was tired. Go figure, he worked at the farm. But then Lisa and we kind of sat on and talked. And we talked about my upcoming care. Thank you, Shell, for dropping in to let us know. Marcia is not here, who is one of the people that would be deeply interested in this information, but I will be certain to let her know. Because Marcia prays for Jen's recovery every day. and thinks highly of Jennifer. And those of you that have seen Jennifer Mason in my chat, she is a real life friend, as is her wife, Shell. And Jennifer has not hidden the fact that she had surgery recently and is in recovery. She's at home recovering, but she's recovering. And Shell, while maybe not a nurse by degree, is definitely Jennifer's nurse. She makes dang sure and well that Jennifer is being taken care of, making sure that Jennifer doesn't miss anything that she needs to care of for herself, and making sure nothing quirky happens. Like Jennifer had told us that she's a diabetic, so Shell's the one that gets the monitoring information and is able to make sure that Jennifer's glucose level doesn't drop and go crazy. Now the fun part. I have got to make this seam open. Hi, Shadow. Good to see you. Always good to see you. Isn't this fun? Manhandling leather. I'm trying to do this without putting it on top of the other leather because I don't want to risk marring it. Let's see if that helps separate that leather. I'm putting pressure on it as I'm rolling it. Oh, you know what? I'm going to screenshot that, Shadow, so I will make sure everybody knows that you did your shout out, in case you don't get to see them anytime real soon. I know Marcia will not be on today because she has her grandson. Oh, goodness, Marla. I hope they take good care of you and give you the care you need and deserve. I hope we all get to stay out of the hospital, get the care we need and deserve, and start feeling better, getting on the positive side of things. Wax on there. I'm so glad you've gotten your some packages today, Shadowrunner, to help you have the things you need while you're undergoing your cancer treatments. And if I can, I will be sending you something else. Not because I feel have to or anything, but because by golly, I just want to. That sounds like something my sister would do. Get her tattoo designed and then go to everybody and say, "Can you just take the cash that or whatever you were going to spend on me for Christmas and just put it into this account so I can get the tattoo I want?" Yeah, my sister has absolutely asked for cash in lieu of someone buying crap she doesn't want. This is where these lovely things Marcia bought me come in handy. Maybe I need to push it from this side. I think I can guide it better. That is good. Can help hold this seam open. Skip 4. I do indeed hand stitch. Actually, I hand stitch almost everything I do. I work with technology for a living, so I prefer hand stitching. Which throws a lot of people. But I also feel that the hand stitching gives it an extra something. Hi, Crimson Jezebel. And so it becomes a preference on if someone prefers hand stitched or machine stitched. I will tell you a cheat, Crimson. The screw lid from a soda bottle will work as a sphere stand in a pinch. I have used one. Actually, any kind of lid, because like this lid, this black lid here in this jar, flipped upside down, it would have a sphere sitting in it. And it's not much different size, if you think about it, than the ones they sell on Amazon. They're about the same height and the same diameter. This is a medium one. So a bottle lid flipped upside down will work as a sphere stand. If it's a big sphere, pretty glass, like a wine glass or something. And you know, it's funny because I've actually had someone ask me if I know how to use a sewing machine. And it's like, yeah, I do. I just dropped the hole punch thing. It went down in the area where you can't see what's there. But I do know how to sew on a sewing machine. But I have been, because I've been sewing since I was so young, that I can sew on a sewing machine or by hand, use the serger, you know, all the kind of things. But because I work with technology for a living, I know this part is not going to be seen because it is on the inside of the hat. It's a preference for me to fix little flaws. Crimson, I believe in using what works. I go to the secondhand store and pick up wine glasses, and use them to put tumbles in, because you can put tumbles in it and then put a sphere on top of it. Diana has some wine glasses that she uses for holders as well. But if you have a pretty jar lid, even a huge sphere, you think about it, a really huge sphere could fit on a jar lid like this. You just flip it upside down and it sits right in there. So depending on the size of your sphere would depend on what size jar or bottle you should look at. And I don't believe in the keeping of secrets for things like that. I think it's stupid. Yes, knowledge is power. And just because I figured something out truly doesn't make me all that great if I don't share what I figured out. Because I believe that while knowledge is power, it should also be shared. Oh, darn, Hannah, I hate to hear that. He sounded like he was on the mend. Hi, Stacy. Marcia is not on today because something about having the grandson there and wishing to utilize his body to do his young body to do the things that she needs done around her house. Ouch! One should not stick their finger on the needle into these things. That's exactly what I did. I stuck my finger right on this needle. And it said he couldn't fight it. I'm ready for this year to be over. Because, in my opinion, this year has been horrific for multiple people on multiple fronts in multiple ways. The financial hits that many of us took this year for multiple things. And my Tahoe got smashed. My husband's car got damaged and still hasn't been repaired. My trailer got stolen, and then I had to spend a bunch of money going to pick it up. Just stupid. My hot water tank, well, that was at the end of last year. My hot water tank went out, and it's still within this last year of things. And then my water main supply line leaking. I can see it this time. Yeah. That'll hold that while I stitch it. And once it's stitched, I will beat it up some more. Some of those wood ones that are antique would be pretty. Wait a minute. Hi, Michelle Kirby. Thank you. Oh, yeah, the glass candlestick holders would too. That would work. I have a pair of glass candlestick holders, and I'm thinking about putting some earthquake putty around the opening and putting a sphere on them because they're clear glass, they're crystal. I actually got them from Robbie. I need to go ahead and get my label ready because I'm thinking about going ahead and stitching my label in up here. Oh, yep, up here. When I'm doing this to get the label in early. So I'm not trying to manage putting it in after the fact. And I just cannot remember where I put my lighter. It's hard for me to keep up with lighters because I don't smoke. So therefore I don't use them that often. I use them on these edges just a little bit, just enough to melt the threads to stop those from fraying. Selenite is the one that looks the most like a snowball. Unless you can find milk quartz, a milky quartz sphere would look like. Diana, you do not have a selenite sphere? A white selenite sphere, I should say, because I know Robbie was selling the tangerine ones. And if you do, you need one. I'll tell Lisa tonight that she needs to just acquire you a white selenite sphere. Yeah. Milky quartz would be white. Selenite actually lets the light pass through. And like mine has internal fractures in it. And that means when the light hits it, you can see the imperfections, which I love because I am imperfect. And so seeing those imperfections and it being so beautiful reminds me every day that even with imperfections, they're beautiful. And bring it down just a wee bit. Trying to get it back in. Ah, shoot. There goes the label. Trying to find a way to get this in here. I guess I could put it on top at the seam. That's fine. That would be the easiest way to manage this. Now I lost where my hole is. a lot of this I do is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, hold on. Let me check. Because if she shipped, then where's my phone? Oh, there it is. No, it isn't. That isn't my phone. Oh my goodness. I had my phone. There it is. Maybe I got notification too. Huh. I did get a notification. That one came from New Jersey. Got one from California. Ooh, one almost delivered. Don't you know? I can't tell. I have one from California, but it's not where it usually says it's coming from when it's Kendra. Well, you buy what you need, you buy what you like. Let me see. That's 1, 2, 3. This one's going to be off just a little bit. I can see the hole. Why isn't it going through the hole? There it is. Yeah, I was just looking at my stuff and I realized how many that I really need to. Yeah. I hope I have enough spear stands. I think with the cupcake holder thingy majiggies I'm doing, I will have enough. Problem is now the small ones that I get, I don't have any more room in my cabinet really. The cabinet actually is holding a lot more than what it was supposed to begin with. Turn these sideways so they put pressure against the rest of it. Now when I stitch, I can stitch that label right in there. Take these little pieces and set them there in case I need them for something. It is. He has a lot of amazing things. And you don't even get to see the pretties that are in his cabinet unless you actually go there to see what's in his cabinet. Let me see. If you have not done so, if you could please go give me a nice thumbs up. And if you are not subscribed, please do subscribe. And then go up and click the little bell. Marsha likes to call it my ding-a-ling. And she tells people to finger the ding-a-ling to hit the all bell, all notifications, so that when I go live, you get notified. Define very large. Thank you, Diana. I have some pieces that are sitting in my floor because they're too big for a cabinet. Insane. Hi, Tisa. Go smash me thumbs up. If you like breathing air, smash my thumbs up. That sounds right. Yeah, sounds good to me. Okay, Shadow, you take care of yourself, lady. Definitely take care of yourself. Okay, where are you? Oh, shoot, something's not right. Oh, something is definitely not right here. I've got a thread hung up on something. I don't know what it's doing. Hold on. Oh, I looped my thread around it, so there we go. You stay out here. Get this back on the needle. Let me scroll up for a second. Ah, landscaping. Lovely. Oh, you're talking about a sphere, Marla? Whee! Thank you, Tisa. You rock. We have some rockin' awesome people about here. Yeah. Well, Renee, you hurt your thumb enough, didn't you? Oh, nice, Shell. We will just say I have an obsessive collection. Oh, I am sure. I am sure that thumb is hurting you, Renee. Did they give you anything specific to take for it when it's hurting you? Shall I have cataloged so far over 1,800 specimens in my collection? And I do have a few books to help me look up stuff too. And I know who to go to if you need anything. Renee, I really hope you get some relief soon for that broke thumb. Never fun at all. I will be pulling these stitches snug to try to get them looking good, which will help um, put the seam down. Okay. Let me screw. You're redoing her entire yard, preparing for her to sell it. Ooh. Hey, Tisa, where do you live? I mean, I got yard. I'm not selling, but I have lots of yard and a grandson that doesn't know how to do it. Yeah, there is an obsession with rocks, crystals, and gems. Um, my smallest sphere, and I call it a sphere because it does not have a hole in it, is, let me see if I can find something equivalent. My smallest sphere is about this big. My largest, I think, is my chocolate calcite, and it's like this. Because I found this thing called chocolate calcite and thought it looked like a layered dessert, like layers of chocolate dessert. And so I message Lisa Lee with a picture and says, look at this chocolate calcite. Doesn't it look yummy? It looks good enough to eat. You should buy some because people will buy it. And I want a huge sphere. So Lisa finds said stuff, messages me, shows me a picture of a sphere, and says, this is the huge sphere. This is how much it cost. Do you want it? I said, of course I do. And so I got it and found out it was the largest one she had. And then she sold all the chocolate calcite to people. Nah, if you're not doing drugs, you're not getting drunk all the time, and all you're doing is collecting rocks, I don't think you need anything. as long as your bills are paid and you're still doing your job. That's my philosophy on it. Like someone told me I have too many. And I'm like, you know what? I work for a living. I pay my own damn bills. I'm buying my own damn house. If I want to put some rocks in my house, by golly, I'm going to do it. Having a rock addiction is far better than having a drug addiction. Just saying. Hi, Beth Strike. Or having an alcohol addiction. Rocks, crystals, and gems are better. But yes, actually, when you are removing the bed from your bedroom in order to put cabinets in it, then you might have a problem. When basically you removed all the normal furniture in your house and have nothing but cabinets, you might have a problem. Diana, I know you said something about putting a cabinet upstairs in your bedroom. You're not getting rid of your bed, are you? Checking for a friend. Oh, see, there you go. I figured it out. Excuse me, I need you to vacate this room because I have decided it's going to be my gem collecting room, and you are occupying the space I need. Bye-bye now. Shh. Diana, how dare you say the H word in here? We're collectors. That's all. Just collectors. I collect leather also. Well, not that ugly H word. Such a nasty word. Yeah. Do what you gotta do. Of course, I am also the one that told when the family came to me and was talking about I've got too many rocks in my collection. I told them to hush up before I remove them and put rocks in their space. Because I did get a teenager going, where are you going to put it? Where you sleep. Because messing with the grandkids is, a necessity. I still have to get my sphere from Miss Hannah over there. I have somewhat of an obsessive compulsive behavior. Um, it's one of those things that if I'm looking for gold thread, I buy 3 gold threads to make sure I have the right gold thread. If I'm looking for black leather, I'll buy 3 different hides to make sure the one I got is the one I really, really want. So I have kind of that behavior that wind up costing me money. I know at the end of by the time I get toward the end of this hat, I am going to have all my fingers taped. I can already feel it. Of course, I do believe this is the worst seam I have to deal with. Get ready for work, Diana. We will see you popping in and out on your breaks tonight. That's right. You got naked cats, Hannah, and you got to put them with clothes on them. Well, if your systems are down, they should just let you go home and let the next shift deal with it. That's all. Well, they should pay you and let you go home. Or set you guys up to sit around and play on your phones until the system is up. That's basically what happens at my work. If they don't have work for us to do, or if our systems go down, they pay us to sit at our desk and keep our computer active, take a nap while we're there, play on our phone games. I figured out how to make my computer think it's awake or that I'm busy when I'm not. So it doesn't go to sleep so I can. Because I get paid to be accessible to the client. And as long as I'm wearing my headset, if they need me, I know it. But because I am efficient in my work, I've completed Monday's assignment already. They sent out on Friday, they sent out and they said on Monday, because it was near end of day, I was pretty sure my stuff was set up correct. And so I did my part early. I am probably going to wind up doing somewhat of a wash of these seams with leather dye, because this black leather is not, it was not barrel dyed, therefore it is only black on the outside, on the top side. Which means once it's stitched, I'm going to look and see if you can see the brown through there. And if you can, I am going to fix that problem. Because I do not want the brown showing in any way, shape. No. Hi, Lori and I. Hi, Aussie Tina. It can, Marla. Sometimes I pull the threads and I right in here it starts to hurt. I have actually cut my finger with the thread before from pulling it too tight. Or, well, pulling it tight. I won't say too tight because you need it snug on your project. And I do try to pull it different ways to alleviate the stress on any one part of my body, of my fingers. But I am also a creature of habit. Therefore, those methods don't always work. Yes, and anything going, I guess you do outgoing packages, Diana, or incoming? Oh, never mind. Diana's leaving. Bye. She got to go see if she can make sure those packages get where they need to be on time. That's important business. Making sure those packages arrive where they need to be, arriving to their destination on time. Tell you, it feels so quiet here without Marcia being on with me. I never realized the difference it makes until she wasn't here. And I'm like, wow, it's quiet. So quiet. This is like back to the beginning when I did it all by myself. looking up at chat every time I'm pulling a stitch to make sure I don't miss something from somebody. Because letting the people know when they write something in my chat that they are seen is actually important to me. Oh, Shell. You guys are amazing. And I miss you guys dearly. And I won't get to see you for at least another year. And that sucks. Unless I hit the lottery, then all things kind of change. Marcia is good today. Okay, Tessa, Tisa, we won't expect you to type to us. You drive. Marcia is good today. Her grandson is at her house, and she is taking the full advantage of having a grandson there who is young, tall, and capable to get him to do all the things because he goes back home tomorrow when his mom comes to get him. So it's take advantage of the situation while you got him. Get him to do all the things you need the tall boy to do because he is taller than she is. Young teenage boy not done growing yet and is already 6 foot tall. Marcia swears his father is over 6'4", so the chances of him being a very tall one is there. Yes, Tisa should absolutely be driving safe. That's why I said, drive, don't worry about typing to us. Let me see. I think I'm just going to melt these the quick way. Damn it. I'm going to have to figure that out now. I'm going to have to pull that thread through a little bit. I have a little bit of a loop on the other side still, so I need to pull it through to this side and take care of it. So I'm trying to catch the thread that is making that loop. There we go. Yep. Yay, it was one of my ends. So I can just catch it on fire. burn it down and smush it again. Hi, Stephen. I hope you're having a good day and being good for your mom. And Hannah says hi to you too, Stephen. And I'm sure he's being happy. I think Stephen is a happy young man. This thread has a gnarled up spot in it. Let me see if you can see that. I am going to go beyond that. Cut that piece out because there's no way I'm putting that into my project. Renee says hello to Stephen too. And sends hugs. I hear the mail person. I can't wait to get my package from Kendra. I have a blue fluorite sphere in there. I can't wait to get my hands on. And Diana will accuse me of stealing it from her because that's what she does. Yeah, see, I don't even say anything about getting my package from Robbie because I'll get it when I get down there. Robbie does not ship to me. I get my stuff from him a couple of times a year when I go down because he knows I'm going down. The advantage of being able to go get stuff from him means that I can buy the stuff. He will get me the stuff that he won't ship. He had one, we call it the praying mantis. It's an amethyst geode that was split open. It was actually they didn't split. They cut it in half. So it was a geode, and when they cut it in half like this, the two halves together looks like the face of a praying mantis. And it is huge. And shipping on it would probably be about $50 to ship it securely. And actually, that was before the rates went up. So it probably cost closer to $75 to try to ship that baby now. And it's not something I would want. It also has a stand. It's not something I would want to ship because I would not want to risk damaging it. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. I was actually down there and he said, you know, I know you've been looking at this one. I'm like, uh-huh. He said, give me this much money. And I said, okay. And Z's just as guilty because if he has something, I'll go, hey, I might have to look at that when I'm there. Z puts my name on it, sets it in the back and says, I know you want to take it home. I know you want this. So I have to watch saying put my name on things, because Z absolutely will. He will absolutely put my name on it and add it to my list. And he says, oh, by the way, you've got to give us some money for that. And I will be keeping an eye on chat on my time, because Lisa goes on at 9 o'clock tonight instead of 10, because of her guests that she's having on, who actually like to log off early. So yeah, I think tonight will be a good night. I need to check my messages and see if Lisa sent me a message about a banner, because I think that's what she was working on today, was banners. We were working them out last night. Converting the sizes they give to feet. So at first, it's like she was looking at Robbie's banner that she got him, thinking that was the perfect size, until she actually got them, saw it and saw exactly what it is, and then we converted it last night. She said, oh wow. Yes, Z is an amazing young man. He is a very intelligent young man as well. A lot of people underestimate his abilities, and I caution people about that, because Z is, in fact, a highly intelligent young man. He also has not quite a photographic memory, but he learns things fast, and he retains what he learns very well. I need to see if I can get some more of this leather and how much it's going to cost me, because I am loving this leather and would love to get another black hide, but also find out if they have a hide in purple. Get a beautiful purple and black hide, purple hide and a black hide, and making a project out of it. I mean, it's too thick to make a dress out of. Well, I've met Z, and watching him grow over the last several years, last 4 years now, has been amazing. Z used to be only behind the camera. He did not want to be on camera. And Robbie got him on the camera and kept working with him. And now Z is, doing excellent on the camera. He's excellent at the farm. I have done tours with him. Actually, the first official tour I did was with Z giving the tour. Robbie had other people come in, and he also had some stuff he needed to take care of. So he assigned Z to give the tour. And I went with Z because what Robbie was doing, he did not need my assistance. And the lady also had 2 small children. And I felt I was better use holding on to a young'un than sitting around twiddling my thumbs. Holy cow, who wants 10,000 for a puppy? 10,000? I gotta quit doing that. I keep pushing it and I'm putting marks on the leather. I'm hoping I can buff them out. Otherwise, right on the front of my leather, I'm going to have marks. Yeah, I think I'll get some of that out. Hi, Perry. Sorry to hear that. Because this is a new what did you change your name? Did you have to change your name, Perry, when you got the new account? I read something, and I'm not lying. Hear me through. Someone said eating boiled eggs helps with migraines. Who was it that said eating boiled eggs helps with migraines? And I am willing to try it next time. Hi, Cutie Mama Kim. I am absolutely willing to try it next time my head is hurting me really bad. I'm just going to boil up some eggs and eat them. I think that one. Bending everything. Hmm. You see, now I want to go look it up. Yeah, hold on a second. Let me go look at this. Oh my goodness. They are rich in riboflavin vitamin B2, which is a B vitamin essential for. So, yeah. Eating eggs is good for migraines. Vitamin B2 specifically. My chair is squeaking over here. Excuse me. See, now this has got me questioning things because I have headaches almost every day. Eggs, fatty fish, and that goes back to the magnesium and the B2 and B12 and the coenzyme Q10, all of which help with headaches. So your fatty fishes, walnuts and avocados, I like those. Eggs, water, of course, because if you're dehydrated in any way, shape, or form. Potatoes, because of the potassium. Ginger, cantaloupe, navy beans, and coffee, and low fat milk. So you put low fat milk in your coffee, and you have navy beans and potatoes and fish for dinner with a walnut, avocado, and egg salad. With a glass of water on the side, and you want some potatoes as a side dish, and you drink some ginger tea and have cantaloupe for dessert. There you go. That's using almost all the foods that's supposed to help you with headaches, with headache relief or migraine relief. It's interesting that certain foods can help you with the getting rid of these of headaches. I will have to remember that. I do need to send a note. So quiet. Huh. Wait. Oh, goodness. Grumpy dog. Stacy, were you here earlier and I said hi to you? I think. Or am I going insane? Well, that's... Never mind. That has nothing to do with me going insane. Ah, wrapping pendants. I am thinking about seeing if I can get wire that would work with stitching, because I think it would be cool when I set some of the cabs in leather. On some of them, just because of the design of the stone, it looks like it would be cool to basically have some stitches of wire going over them. And so basically I'm catching my label as I go. And I guess I should actually do some of this stitching with it, since this is a 2-thread stitch. Stop being difficult. Working with dark stuff, I am going to have to wind up getting a light to go behind me, because all my light is facing out. And so when I try to do stuff facing me, I can't see. I am making myself a top hat for me. And give me 1 second. I was originally my plan was to make it this burgundy color. And it's all Elizabeth's fault. See, I bought go ahead and set that up here. I bought this necklace from Elizabeth because I saw it on your channel and thought it would make a cool hat band. And I noticed it looks kind of good with this leather too. But the reality is, if I do that, then it's very limited to what I can wear this hat with. So what I did is I have this beautiful black that I'm putting on the outside. I'm still going to use that because I want some of that. But I'm going to use this as a hat band. And what I'll do is, and this is not what I'll use, but I'll use a strip of this and attach the beads to it to make my hat band and make it removable. So then I can put a different hat band on and make it where I can swap out my hat bands to get multiple looks from one hat. This black is just lovely leather. And once I put my hands on it, it was like, yeah, this one doesn't need to be inside the hat. This needs to be outside the hat because it's such a yummy leather. It's Horween Chrome Excel leather. Horween being the company who processes the raw leather into usable hides. Chrome Excel is the series of processes they used to make the leather the way it is. I fear that when I go to replace this hide, I'm going to be paying a heck of a lot more than what I paid for this one. And I will never find another one at the price I got this one for, which was a steal. But I'm going to try. I will try to find it at a reasonable price because I like working with it. I think this leather could be used for making like the flat cap and stuff like that as well. If someone wanted a basic black flat cap, I think putting a very thin either leather or fabric on the inside of it, because the back side of this leather is hideous. The natural back side of it is hideous. But doing a basic liner of flat lining, either black fabric or a very thin hide on the back of it, and treating it as one would make for a very pretty flat cap. So yeah. So I blame Elizabeth, but I also when I start feeling like it is a job to make things, and it feels like a true job, then I make myself something. And it reminds me that I love doing this because I do. And I want to make sure that I continue to love it. Next time I use this leather, if I am going to be sewing black thread on black leather, well, actually it shouldn't matter. I'm going to need to dye the holes. With doing the black on black, I can actually go back and put dye in the holes when I'm done. Because I am not going to have these brown holes showing up in my hat, which they are absolutely going to do. I can see, I don't know if you can see them, but I can see the brown in those holes. And I don't want that. So I will mask that with some black leather dye. Label ripped on this one, but it's Lincoln black leather dye. And you have to be careful with it, because if not, you might wind up with body parts that are dyed. I think I got most of the dye off from last night. And you have to scrub, scrub, scrub to get it off. But quick tip, lotion or oils like baby oil, Vaseline, and stuff along that line will actually help lift it off. Awesome, Jennifer. Good to see you. Shell popped in to tell us you were doing your medical stuff to take care of yourself, which is extremely important to us, that you take care of you. Because you know me. I'm mother of the world, and you have to take care of yourself because you're important. And I saw that your swelling is starting to go down more, and that is awesome. There's the hole. There's the hole. Now, why are both of these threads on the wrong side? Hi. Hi, Tree of Life. And you were talking about a condition I know nothing of, but evidently you guys do, so I will let you discuss it. But it is good to see that not good to see, because it's never good to see anyone is sick, but I am glad there is support here. because sometimes having someone that can say, I hear you, I understand, is important. And more important than someone just saying, I hear you. Having someone that can say, I understand, is good. Jennifer. Marcia was here. She'd be going on about the food you'd create for us. But Marcia is busy keeping her grandson busy. I get to beat the heebie-jeebies out of this some more now that I've got it stitched. Got it stitched. I just knocked something off the side of the table. Let me see. Pretty sure it's exactly what I needed. Did indeed. Jennifer is trying to feed us again because that's what she does. Show you what I'm going to do with these. And basically what I'm doing is, I think on here you can see, over on this side you can see the brown, and on this side you cannot because I'm putting a dot of leather dye on those holes, which will cover that up. And then I will buff it. Leather dye will often, set this over here out of the way, will often look a little metallic. Black specifically will look metallic when you dye a project. And so you wind up with little spots that look different. And you can easily just buff them out. And as you pick up the extra, it turns in that metallic-y finish that was on there, disappears. And this whole hat will get a buff out when I'm done. It actually might get a light polish with some sapphire, which is a premier shoe polish, which this leather would deserve. And now this piece will go on here and help give it its shape. The fun part is I need to sew this from the inside. So, hi, bearded fisherman. I'm going to have to flip this again, flip it back out, and stitch this way. I'll brush this off a little bit. Actually, what I think I'm going to do, just so I know it's not going to show up, is, which I can do everywhere except here. Well, actually, my thumb hurts. I pulled my thumb here last night. I don't know how I did it, but I did. I grabbed something, and when I did, I felt it pull. And it almost popped. And that's bad. So let me get a couple of paper towels out. I don't know, I can't see it from here. You act like I got good eyes, man. I do not. Actually, what I need to do is stop for a second. gloves ready. I have a medical cream right here. Which this is an arthritis pain relief medicine. And I'm going to rub it on my thumbs. And yes, I'm doing this while on camera. I don't care. I believe in dealing in real life. And by golly, I'm closer to 60 than not. And joint troubles is a thing. So I will put my compression gloves on. And let them do their thing. And snap it on there kind of quick to make sure that I don't rub all the medicine off my hand. Right here and right there. Both of these hands. Giving me trouble today. Cannot dye this from the other side because the other side is burgundy. I can put this down. And try to cover these holes. I'm going to hold on to this bottle of black dye because last night I tried to dump it all over my table. And had to do some major cleanup on the table today because I had leather dye on it. But at least it wasn't the whole bottle, right? And what's funny is sometimes you will try to dye a project and the dye will not stick. But by God, it's everything you didn't want it to. If I were using any other color of thread other than black, this would become a problem. And I would have to opt for a thicker thread to hide the holes. Because I'm using black thread, I do not have to worry about black dye bleeding onto black thread. I mean, what's it going to do? Make it blacker? I'm actually putting that inside the tape roll so that it can't get knocked over. There is a madness to my method that most people don't understand. I hear an olive. Oliver. Oh, Oliver's talking about the tub I put on top of the freezer when I was taking pictures. Because I forgot to put it back where it belongs. And I think that's because my subconscious mind was telling me I was going to be taking pictures again real soon. And rumor has it a pirate hat is going to be delivered tomorrow. Monday. Jennifer. Oh, so you just Tori and Lisa and Robbie feel like old friends. Thank you. Yeah, actually when I met Robbie for the first time, it felt like I knew him. It was the same way with Z. It's like they felt like family. And then when I met Lisa, it's like I told Lisa, I said, you're like the little sister I never had. Younger sister. I can't call her little sister because she's taller than me. There we go. So now my holes have conditioner in them. And that's okay because as I sew, with a single needle, give me a needle, that will pull right out. Clean the holes. But as I do this, you will notice that these holes here are black. Now I can read the chat while I do this, I think. Yeah, I will tell Topher to give me a hug. Now that was actually Oliver that came down here. I need the hammer because I really don't need it right now. Oh, you prepackaged some weight, Jennifer, so that you could have the surgery and not make yourself sick. That's all. Yes, don't take Bearded Fisherman serious. He's a jokester. Just a wee bit of a jokester. He's like the crazy uncle. You know the one. Yeah, that one. That's the Bearded Fisherman. He's your crazy uncle. Bearded, maybe our paths will cross one day in Florida. You never know. Wendy's chili is best with cheese and sour cream. Just saying. And no, I'm not sewing them, cleaning holes. That sounds bad. I think Harley Grace has a lot of unofficial adopted uncles and aunts. It is going to be a pleasure watching the young lady grow up. And then one day she'll be graduating high school and we'll be like, wait, wasn't that just yesterday? The fence? Buddha? What is Buddha? Oh, butter. Butter. Never mind. A blueberry muffin with butter. Lots of butter to make it nice and soft so it can be smushed in the mouth and swallowed, not chewed. Because Jennifer had surgery and the doctor said no chewing, and if Jennifer chews, it could mess up the whole point of the surgery. So therefore, Jennifer ain't chewing. Sounds like my grandchild is trying to learn how to play drums. I mean, as long as you guys come and hang out, I'm going to keep putting stuff up, doing lives. And if my hands get where I can't do this, I'll find something I can do on here and we'll sit and socialize. Might be a bunch of old feckers sitting on here laughing at each other, laughing at the fact that you can say, today I got up and I went in the kitchen and I cooked. And that was an accomplishment. Yeah, we get that old where that becomes an accomplishment. Hey, or maybe I'll hit the lottery, buy a hotel, and we can all get old and build and live in it together. Hi, Jay. Hi, Jan. Jan, are you the one that sent a package to Marcia's house? I mean, to Lisa's house? I'm glad you're here too. Trying to get all my people straight. Awesome. Well, no, there's someone named Jan that sent a package to Marcia. I keep saying Marcia's house. I need to text her, make sure everything's okay. To Lisa's house that had stuff not on the wish list, and that's why I was inquiring. Is it cheaper to buy Vidalia onions in Vidalia, Georgia during Vidalia onion season? I don't know. I have never bought. I've been to Vidalia. Okay, so it might be the other Jan. Yes, there are two. Oh, the one that doesn't have the JP56 in front of the Jan, just the Jan. I have to convince people to start changing their names. Terry Silverstone, in the next couple of Monday or Tuesday, you have a package going to be at your door. Very special package. I want pictures. Just saying. And if you have the app for the UPS, you can actually track your packages if you had it set up that way. And it should tell you you have an inbound package. Almost have all of these holes cleaned out. I dyed and conditioned this leather, and so that pushed leather conditioner into the holes. And I'm cleaning that out so that I can stitch the roof on my hat. Oh, I don't pay attention to the text that I get and stuff like that. I actually log into the UPS website because I have the delivery notification on there. So I log in directly to check status of my deliveries. I do not trust any of those because I got one that says something is wrong with your address and we can't deliver your package. We need you to click this link that is not for our delivery service and fill in your private information so that we can steal it from you. It doesn't say it that way, but that's what it's reading to me. And I'm like, because I'm not missing any packages. And since very few people actually have my home address, I don't have a missing package. Any package I have coming are coming from places that sent me stuff before. And while this is a decent piece of thread, I will be setting it aside because I hate, and I do mean hate. Yes, strong hate is a strong word. I hate splicing my thread. Somebody wants my attention. It depends. Terry Silverstone is going to be wearing a hat that I made because he commissioned me to make that. I take commissions. I have a hat that I wear that I made. Actually, I have 3 hats that I made that I wear, and I'm making a 4th one for me. This hat will be for me. But I just finished a top hat for Terry Silverstone. I mean, a pirate hat. And I made this garrison cap for someone, which this is a keychain sticking out of it. But I made the garrison cap for someone, and we'll be shipping it out soon. So basically, people give me money, and I make them stuff. Now I'm going to do these holes. I'll flip this back this way. Thank you. I picked up this hobby. I've been sewing since I was a little girl, and I wanted something and could not find what I wanted that looked the way I wanted it to look. And so I said, well, I sew. How much harder can it be to sew leather than cloth by hand? Let's just say my first project I have, but I don't use. Oh, that hurt. Opening that bottle hurt my thumb right here. See if this is a tension thing that needs to be stretched out. But I have my first project. I will keep it forever. But because of my poor choices and not understanding leather weights as well as I should have, I basically have a computer bag that weighs almost as much as the computer itself, which makes it so heavy when I want to wear it anywhere or use it, that it's not feasible. It's just not feasible to use it because it's so blasted heavy. So I learned to get better and do better. Made a few things that I wanted. Threw away a few things that I made as I learned the process of what I needed to know. I'm not ashamed of the fact that I've thrown away projects because they didn't come out the way I wanted them to. This particular leather dye stinks to high heaven. But it is what it is. I am just covering up these holes. So at the end of the day, when I wear the hat, you don't see little brown specks where the stitch holes are. because this leather, while it is a lush and lovely leather, it is Horween Chrome Excel leather. I love this leather. I like the feel of it. Some people may not. I do. It is brown on the black is only on the top surface. And this one you can't, these pieces for the hat, you can't actually see what it looks like on the back side because, well, because I put something on it, got another piece of leather on the back side. So you can't see what it looks like until I pull over a piece of the leather, the scrap pieces. The back of it looks horrible because it's been through so many different processes. So it's this ugly brown color. So next time, if I make something with it that I might cut it out and just dye the whole back side of it and all the holes. Mask all those brown holes. Mask the fact that it has brown on the inside. Some leathers are dyed, what they call barrel dyed or drum dyed. And it gets better saturation from both sides of the hide. And you're more likely to cut into it and it be the same color throughout. And I do have black leather that when you cut it, it's black on the inside. Just doesn't feel as good as this one does. I just like the feel of this leather overall when I put it in my hand and feel it. I am going to actually be using this leather, and I'm going to be making myself a bag to go with this hat. And then back in the day, the women used to match their purse to their shoes. In some instances, I can do that. In most instances, I will be wearing black shoes and making sure that my hat matches my purse. So now I'm going to read chat real quick. Okay, that's where we were talking about mail. Calendar is already marked. I'm guessing that's for your hat arrival. I told you about who wears the hats. And you don't have to worry about thinking you might be nosy or something, Jan. You can ask any question you want. Worst case is the answer you will get is, I'm sorry, I'm not comfortable answering that. Or that's not your business, so sorry, pass on. Thank you, Jennifer, for the compliment. Everybody's trying to scam everyone everywhere, I guess. Yeah, I have some leather stamping stuff, but I don't use it so much because a lot of the leather people want me to make stuff out of is not vegetable tan leather. And for stamping and stuff like that for the stamps and the carving of the leather and molding of leather, you're going to need to use a good vegetable tan leather. If you're in the United States, I can tell you Springfield Leather sells some, and they sell some that they classify as a craft grade, which may not be what you would want for a finished product, but it is something great to get to use while you're learning. A yellow or gold, they see yellows and golds are harder. They actually use, it's more of a paint. The lighter colors are usually more paint than what they are dye. Because and more than likely on that, it is a paint. Something like this. Which they also have in this most amazing metallic gold. I don't know what you need, because basically, you know, the Garrison cap I made, that's the gold leather I used, right? That's the gold paint on the side. It is almost the same as the gold leather. So there are gold metallic leather paints. I'm letting my dye sit for a minute. Marcia, are you just popping in? Yes, it's actually my thumbs. Are you just popping in, or are you available to come hang? Because there's a difference here. Yeah, I did something last night, and this thumb popped back here, and it started hurting. Awesome. Let me come over here and say to invite, copy this link, come over here to this phone thing. It is connected. So I can go copy this to the Marcia. See if Marcia gets the link. There is Marcia.
Hello, ladies. I don't know if there's any gentlemen in here or not, but hello, ladies. If you're a gentleman in here, hello, you two gentlemen. Hi, bearded. So there is, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we will not discuss achy breaky. Okay? You know, achy breaky hearts? Well, I got an achy breaky back and shoulders. Do not, do not, when you're 78 years old, decide you're going to do trimming hedges and cutting palm trees. Okay? Not a good thing. Hello, Jennifer Mason and Renee and Elizabeth and Stacy and Disa and JP Jan and Hannah. Oh my God, my back is killing me.
Yeah. You got a lot done, though.
Oh God, yeah, got it all done.
You worked that boy.
Oh yeah. Of course, I worked my body too, and it was hot out there. We had to come in at one time, and we took an hour and a half break just to cool down and get hydrated really well again. Because holy cow. My body is too old for this stuff. My back is killing me.
I bet. My hands hurt. I have to open my clothes. I stitched this back piece, but one of the things I'm running into is this leather specifically.
Yeah. The black or the inside leather?
The black.
Okay, the black. Okay.
You see the brown holes?
Oh, are you going to have to frickin' dye your holes?
I already did. So I'm dyeing my holes.
Yeah.
Got this. I dyed my hole, all
Uh-huh.
of them, and then I put a little conditioner on them
Yeah.
because the conditioner will help pick up the extra,
Yeah.
and it also takes that metallic-y sheen and dullness off
Yeah.
and makes it all look good again.
Yeah. I'll make it nice, pretty.
If Jennifer Mason is still here, she don't need to be talking about nothing about me saying a comment about dyeing my holes.
Okay.
Jennifer can be a little pervy at times. She's, I
What
know
was
her mind.
Jennifer W? What was supposed to be wrong with Robbie? I
Huh?
talked to him about an hour and a half ago. He was okay.
Oh, the guy that got bit, Dingy or Dingo or whatever his name
Yeah,
is,
he
he
died.
passed.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
I don't know if Robbie knows that.
He may not because he didn't mention it. How long ago did the word get out that uh, Dingo
Hannah
passed?
read it on a post.
Huh? Hannah what?
Hannah read it somewhere on a post.
Earlier in the day or or just really soon, close by?
This morning. Do you
Oh,
need to
this
go tell
morning.
Robbie?
I might. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Love you all.
Mhm. Because Robbie is important. And I didn't even think about that. So, and I'm more focused on where the holes are than anything because I will be conditioning the whole hat when I get done. I don't think I'm gonna sit here and stitch through all these holes to pull the conditioner out. I will manage. Let's stick this under here so I can get some of this extra stuff. Looks good. I know Brian was closer. I mean, Robbie was closer to Brian, as far as I know, than Dingo because I've heard more about Brian throughout knowing Robbie. But Robbie, being the gentle soul that he is, it will still be affected and will want to pay his respects to the family. And Jennifer W, oh, it's hitting YouTube. So yeah. And Robbie is real busy, so he hasn't seen or read anything. It is. He was bit by a snake, and the fact that he survived it as long as he did was a miracle in itself. Hi, Milo. So yeah, letting him know is important. And the reason why I had the paper towels up here is because I cover my table with tape, and I just replaced this tape, and I've already got black marks on it. Yeah, being that he was allergic to it makes it even worse. And it's one of the reasons, a lot of people are wishing, Robbie, film being in the hot room, film being in the hot room. It's one of the reasons he rarely films in the hot room is because Robbie needs to pay attention and focus on what he's doing with those snakes to reduce his risk of getting bitten. And so that's why you don't see a lot of videos in the hot room. When I'm there, if he's going to be doing stuff in the hot room, then I will see if I can film it for him. So that he can have that. I will gladly film him in the hot room to allow him to have that video. But just because I'm there doesn't mean it's time for him to do the hot room. But there's a possibility, because I'm going to be there as long as I am, that I will be at his house when he's doing the hot room. Or Oliver can film, or Oliver's pretty decent, I think, with filming. Jeff can hold a camera, heck. So maybe we can get some video for him in the hot room to appease the masses that want to see video of Robbie in the hot room. But there may not be any talking going on with it, because we need to be focused. Robbie will still need to be focused on what he is doing and not socializing with anyone. And that's the important thing for people to understand. Dingo. Robbie has talked about Dingo a few times. He got bit by a snake that he is allergic to, and he's been in the hospital for quite some time, and he passed away. He didn't make it, unfortunately. He tried. He fought to survive. And I will actually use a little bit more thread than what I normally do, because I'm going through 2 of these thicknesses. Oh, Hannah's got a better explanation than me. It is sad. So I send prayers and condolences to his family. Oh, they're the 2 that started Animal Con. Thank you, Renee. That I did not know. absolutely did not know that. So the initial people that formed Animal Con have both passed. And it's sad. Well, it's sad when anyone passes, especially when it wasn't, when it's early, premature. When people prematurely pass, it's hard. I am pulling the extra wax off this thread, and boy howdy do I have thread to work with. It'll be fun keeping this thread straight. But I run it through my fingernails and pull off the extra wax. That little ball of wax. Because often they overwax the threads. And so I literally just keep my thumbnail on it and I pull it through with a little pressure like this. And I just keep pulling it. Thank you, Renee. Yeah, if they were under 80, they're still young. It's funny, my concept of young and old, the way it has changed over time. I remember when I thought 30 was old. Topher just ran into a door or something, or a shelf or something.
A wood shelf at that.
Because he can't remember to walk around the stuff that's been there.
No, I just can't remember to walk.
So on this thread that I'm using, that's how much extra wax I've pulled off of it. Diana says, hi, Topher. Yup. Really? Yeah, but Diana may not be here. She's at work.
I have other things in my mind right now, like feeding dogs.
Elizabeth said hi.
Hello, everyone.
Francis said hi.
Marsha not on with you?
Marcia is on the phone with Robbie at the moment.
Ah, that's why I haven't heard a hello, Topher.
No. So basically, okay, here. Diana, Hannah, Elizabeth, Francis, Jennifer W., Renee, Stacy. Yeah, all of them are saying hi to you.
Gotcha.
Topher, note to self, objects do not move for you.
I know. I found that out the hard way.
He kicks things all the time. Here's Marcia.
Hello.
Hello, Marsha.
Hello, Topher. How you doing, honey?
Trying to warm up my hands.
Why, is it cold outside?
No, it's not. My hands are just ice cold.
Hello, Diana.
You know where to put them to warm them up, right? Yep.
For women,
Oh.
Okay. And Marcia, you'll be proud of me.
Why, what'd you do? What'd you do?
The first seam on my hat.
Oh. Yay, she remembered her.
On the first seam. That does not look right.
You got me laughing so hard I started coughing.
Token Marsha.
My problem is I've been outside most of the day, and my sinuses are a complete wreck. Hmm. Um, hang on, I'll be right back.
Yep. Okay, let me stand this piece up this way. So it's on this corner. This piece goes in that hole.
I'll just say that Robbie is okay.
Okay.
He and Savannah were talking about it, and yeah, it's not good. But he's been trying to tell some of these kids, because this guy was younger, a whole lot younger than Robbie, that just
Proper
for
etiquette
this,
and handling.
well, not only proper etiquette and handling, but the more you do it just for views and stuff like that, uh, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah.
Because the more you mess with them, the bigger the chance you get of getting
The
bit.
more risk you take.
Yep.
That's what I was saying stuff about Robbie not filming in the hot room
Nope.
because he's focusing on stuff. And I said, when I'm there, if he's going to be working in the hot room and he wants me to, I can just film and he can do like an ASMR type, watch Robbie work with snakes, but he's not going to talk to you.
Yeah, the problem with that is Robbie has to explain while he's messing.
No, he doesn't.
Well, inside him, he thinks he has to.
Yeah, no, he doesn't.
That's the kind of. You and I agree that he doesn't really have to. But if he's got a camera, he wants to make it a teaching moment. And that's when he's not, when he's teaching, he's not focusing, and therefore he shouldn't do it. And now he realizes that, so he doesn't.
Well, I'll have a talk with him about it.
Yeah. But he doesn't do it. Yeah, he's okay. He said he may jump onto 2 leaves later. He doesn't know yet. So, thank you. So that was, he's okay.
Makes you feel better to know he's okay.
Yeah, he's okay. He's okay. We had a little chat.
A little tete-a-tete.
Yeah, a little chat. Gotta.
We reconciled everything last night and got numbers matching by 3 people.
Fantastic.
So yeah.
That's what you gotta do.
So end of auction stuff worked out. Yep.
Good deal.
Yeah, again, I keep knocking this, or keep my
Well, see,
quilters.
he here's Robbie's way of thinking of what happened. He had survived a black mamba once before. This is a green mamba. The black is worse. The black is worse than the green. Okay. So I think he figured, okay, if he got bit, he could probably survive this one because he survived the black.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't.
But
You know,
like we had talked about before, part of that reaction depends on how much venom they deposit.
Mm-hmm.
If a black deposits a little venom, happened to deposit a little venom and he survived it, that's great. And then you turn around and you have a green mamba that deposits 5 times as much venom.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's worse than that black mamba that deposited just a drop.
Mm-hmm.
I am not, and it's something I don't fear snakes. I am not afraid of snakes. I totally respect them
Oh yeah.
for what they are and what they do and where they fit in the circle of life. And there's something I know. A mamba, a rattlesnake, a cobra, etc., does not strike at me because it wants to eat me.
Mm-mm.
I'm too big. However, it will strike out of fear.
Fear. Exactly.
Um, Robbie is allergic to the venom and the anti-venom, and they will still give him the anti-venom and then deal with the symptoms or the stuff that he has because of that.
Mm-hmm.
Because in certain situations, if he does not get the anti-venom, it's going to kill him. So they
What?
give Robbie the anti-venom and then deal with
Okay.
the side effects of the anti-venom.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on just a second, Tori. Be right back.
Yep. Because that's how we work, it's one of those situations where you do something, they have to do something and then deal with the side effects.
Yep.
Everything
Exactly.
okay?
Yeah. I agree. But here's the situation. It's just it's a matter of numbers. The more you handle, the more you're more likely to get bit. And if you're just handling, which is what Robbie is against, just to get views and likes or whatever, which was
Yeah.
evidently what this was.
Mm. Look
Uh
at
huh.
me, I'm handling this mamba, they are so dangerous.
Right.
Yeah,
And
no.
yeah, yeah, right. And that's what Robbie has, And just like Robbie never put on video to put out what he did with Tebow, there's maybe a picture that he's let some people see,
He
you know.
actually, yeah, because he actually took down a lot
That
of the
ex-
stuff he had,
hmm
um,
Yeah, yeah.
because Robbie used to swim with Tebow.
hmm
But he was handling Tebow daily,
Daily. Yep.
hours
hmm
daily,
hmm
and making sure the boy was fed, well fed.
And he was focused on Tebow himself.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the time to do that now, and he knows it.
And
So,
Tebow's not isolated anymore either. He has other critters in that pond
right.
that
hmm
aren't
Yeah,
Tebow. But
exactly.
he can still call Tebow's name and he can walk up to
Oh,
him and pet him
yeah.
and everything else.
Oh, yeah. But he won't go swimming with him again, not in that pond, unless he separates everybody out.
There's a crocodile in there.
hmm
No, it may not be a Cuban, but it's a crocodile.
Yeah. You don't.
And
You don't mess.
she's a witch.
Oh, yeah. I know.
And he has other alligators in there that he has not worked with hours on end.
Yeah. And look at the idiot that got bit by the inland type ant. Yeah. He says these young kids are all trying to outdo each other. And he says that's why they're getting bit, you know.
And there will be more of them.
Yeah.
They want to jump into it and play Steve Irwin. What they have to remember is Steve Irwin was born into it.
Yes. And not only that, look what happened to Steve Irwin. He
Yeah.
knew that there was, yeah, it was a really rare outside chance that he'd get hurt doing what he did, but guess what? It killed him. Okay? Because he was swimming with those things, and you scare them, they will lash out. And he didn't think he scared this one, and he did, and it got him. And it got him frickin' right in the heart. you know?
Anywhere else, it would not have killed him.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's, I mean, it happens. And he was doing for content.
Well, that's what Steve did.
Yeah, that's what he did. Yeah.
But yeah,
Like Robbie says, they all think they're invincible. He says they are not. So it's a shame.
and
But
I've seen some of
he's okay.
Robbie's. He has a snake. He has some snakes that are absolutely phenomenal to look at.
Yeah, but you don't touch.
Um,
Not unless you have to.
that would look cool with him handling them.
Mm-hmm.
However,
Yeah.
one strike
Yeah.
and the snake could
Kill you.
be the end of Robbie.
Uh-huh.
And it's one of the reasons I think that Z does not want to handle
I agree
the
with you, Jennifer Mason.
venomous, because I think Z is afraid that he is going to be allergic.
Um, he was at an exhibition, from what I understand. It was at a place where people were watching him, yeah. That it happened. It was not him just taking care of the snake. No. I know of one guy that did something really stupid that I can't even say about, that he's got very injured. They haven't even announced it yet, and they aren't, because they're going to do a movie. They're doing a complete show about it, and they aren't going to announce it until after the show's, about the time of the show release. Yeah. And he's a young kid and stupid, too. More snakes. Um, if he's rescuing snakes or taking care of them for that, or if he's just getting them to, you know, buying them. If he's buying them so he says he has them, that's another thing. That's, in my opinion, stupid. If he's rescuing them, that's another story. So, yeah, it's interesting.
And in some instances, yes, Robbie acquires them for the sake of having that specific breed, but he's also doing it for educational purposes.
Correct.
He has to have different ones in order to educate.
Correct.
I mean, what kind of Animal Crossing educational
No.
facility would he be if he couldn't educate?
Right. Right. If he didn't have enough to educate with.
I had bent some of these, Marcia.
What are you doing? Standing on them?
No, that would hurt.
Yeah, I thought, but I was asking.
Putting them under too much pressure. It's
Ah,
why on the last project I did some basting with thread,
yeah, on that last part was really thick. Yeah.
because when these things start looking like this
Oh, geez. Yeah.
because of the pressure.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we may need to separate those out and get you another set. And if the tops start to go a little funky, you got extra tops.
Yeah.
Oh, we will not talk about my trip home from my daughter's, which should have taken about 3 hours due to the traffic and everything else. That I made it home in a little over an hour and a half. We will not discuss that. It should have been a little less than 3 hours, just cruising at a nice speed. If you can cruise at a nice speed continuously, and not have traffic, it should be a little less than 3 hours. I made it in a little over an hour and a half. I will not do that
Marsha,
again. I will not do that again. I took I took a little more than an hour off of it, about maybe an hour and 15 minutes. Yeah, not a good idea.
no, it's not. Very, very risky behavior.
Mhm. Mhm.
Irresponsible, Marsha.
Mhm. Yep.
Miss Leadfoot,
But
Marsha.
but yeah, that's true. Um, the problem is, part of the problem is that some of the sections that I drive on, it's out in the middle of frickin' nowhere. I mean, it's 4 lanes out in the middle of frickin' nowhere. I mean, in the middle of sugarcane fields, the highway goes through, okay? On both sides. You rarely see a police officer, if ever. I think I've seen one time. Uh, through the major part of it, you don't see. Basically, after you get, it's on US 27. Once you get past I-75, starting to hit where it heads west to go from the east coast of Florida to the west, once you get a little past that, all the way up to um, South Bay, which is the first town you hit, it's nothing but sugarcane fields, that whole stretch. And that's
Marsha,
about, and that's a long time. That's a pretty good stretch. Yeah,
Marsha.
yeah,
You do know whether or not you're going to see an officer of the law does not determine whether or not you should be following the law.
I know. I'm aware of that.
Okay, that's my lecture of the day.
I'm aware of that. Robbie got Robbie got kind of uh, earlier today. He was out going to look at a collection of somebody's that evidently the hu- husband died. The mother finally had to go into a nursing home, and they had a collection of some stuff. And so they called Robbie. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, except for my back is killing me, but I'm all right. Uh, he, what was I talking about? Holy crap. Is that bad? That is really bad. We won't discuss that. My brain had a little fart in there. We won't talk about that. Ah, now we need to get you another batch of those thingies so that you have enough.
Who are we talking about that might have just lost their license for their venomous?
Yeah, who got it taken away? Who do you think got it taken away? Welcome back, Lori and I.
Welcome back.
And bearded, I'm doing okay, except for my ancient body.
Oh, the guy who got bitten by a taipan.
Oh, the Taipan guy. I forgot his name. Offers Marcia brain fart air freshener. Yeah, I need some of that every now and then.
I'm
Hi,
using
G.R. Carter.
Hi, GR. I am using more pens than I normally do in this.
Yeah, it looks
For
like less
this.
than every 5. Are you doing 4?
No, actually, I'm only skipping 2. Usually I skip 4. I'm only skipping 2.
Ooh.
Um, because of it being the shape that it is,
Yeah,
I think this might help stop it from getting tension in any one spot.
gotcha. Makes sense.
It'll also give me an idea of what it's going to shape like.
Yep.
And it'll allow me to pull it together tighter, easier.
Oh, yes, that's what I was talking about. Thank you, Diana. Yeah, Robbie got called for some items that somebody wanted to sell. And I guess it was the heirs or whatever, and they didn't want to have any kind of garage sale or try and. Anyway, he bought them. But he came up with some nice things. But on the way there, we were talking. And right before he called me, he says, "Well, I got stopped." And he says, I was doing, I think he said 75 in a 45-mile zone. I said,
Hmm.
"Robbie." And he chuckled. And he said, "Yeah." He pulled up next to me, rolled his window down, and says, "Ah, come on, man." I said, "You were still in Sumter County, weren't you?" And he says, "Yes." And I said, "See, you were lucky." I said, "If you'd been in another county, honey, you'd have been dead meat." He says, "I know." Yeah, he was bad.
Yeah, because everybody knows his wife. That's the only way he gets
Yeah,
away with.
the cop ran the plate as he was stopping him. Came up to who it was, and he goes, "Oh, shit." You know. And Robbie says, "I got to be someplace in a big hurry." So, yeah, yeah, Robbie. Everything to him is a big hurry.
Change that
Um,
one.
Lori Nye wants to know, did you get to see the video she sent with her cat on her dog?
No, not yet. I have been in some mail today, but not much. Someone might have stayed up way past the time she should have been to sleep so that she didn't get the stuff done today that she was supposed to get done. Because sleep,
Robbie needs to go to bed without dessert. Well, and date night is kind of pushed it back to late because it'll be 11:30 or 12 before Michelle gets home because she had to work.
and then she'll be exhausted. So,
Yeah. So they may watch a movie in bed and cuddle and all that kind of stuff tonight, or just,
or she may
probably,
be just leave me alone.
or she may just cuddle and fall asleep and say, "The heck with this," you know.
Yep, which she has been known to do before.
Yep, yep.
Say hello to Chad, Ollie. Hello.
Yeah. Hello,
Ollie.
Ollie. I got a notification that Topher was on TikTok, except I was eating dinner, so I couldn't go on. Hannah says hi to Ollie, and Diana says hi, and Lori says hi to Ollie.
And Ollie did the Topher thing. Hi, boom, gone. Don't
Yeah,
wait.
yeah, right.
Topher now waits.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Francis. I didn't see your name when I scrolled back. It
Yeah,
only lets me scroll so far.
Frances has been hanging out. She was an early bird in tonight.
Ooh. What time did you go on? Oh, 3. Oh, you went on about
No, I
3:30.
want it.
3,
4:30.
4:30. Yeah,
What time is it?
7:47. Like the airplane. Oh, I am full. Oh, I had made homemade spaghetti, and I froze the sauce in individual packets. Enough
Hmm.
for Ed and I each to have a meal each time.
Yeah, makes sense.
Well, I have my grandson here
So you
who
took a whole
eats,
pack. You took a pack out just for him.
oh, more than that. I took 2 out for him, and he did it justice. And I had salad and garlic bread and all kinds of stuff with it. We had a very nice dinner. Thank God I remembered to take him out and thaw him earlier in the day. That was a big help. But I had a little bit left over, so I put it in a bowl. Told him if he gets hungry, he can go out, scoop some out of the bowl, or all of it, whatever he wants, as long as he eats what he scoops out.
Yep. Take all you want. Eat what you take.
Yep. So I do have leftovers, so that'll be good. Because I had made the spaghetti a while ago, and I always make a big batch, and I froze it in Ziplocs.
It's more economical that way
Yeah,
because buying bigger packs of meat is cheaper than buying per
oh,
pound
oh yeah, oh yeah.
than
So
buying the meat for just 2 people.
yep. So I will probably, I have been known to pre-cook the meat and stuff and freeze that, and then, just
Mm.
go with that, and then take that and warm it up a little bit in the skillet and add the other stuff to it that I'm making it with. And you can't even tell it's been frozen. I just cut my time in half. Like I'll take 5 pounds of meat and I'll take what I figure is about a pound and a half out of it and set it aside and cool and then freeze it. And then when I need a pound and a half of meat for another, I have a casserole that I use about a pound and a half of meat. I got it already cooked. I'm not stupid. I try and do it, and you know, if I'm cooking it once, I might as well just cook most of it, if not all.
Well, my mom was by herself, so she cooked once a month.
Yeah, and you just
She
cook
would
once a
spend a
month and
weekend,
just, yep, cooking like a fiend.
and she would cook a huge turkey breast or two,
Mm-hmm.
um, and get a whole chicken and cut it up. A
Yep.
huge thing of pork chops, and she would get a big thing of um, ground beef, and
Oh yeah.
yeah, and then she would just divide it up for her
Mm-hmm.
meals.
Yep.
She even with vegetables because they don't make vegetables in single servings.
No. No. Oh yeah,
So,
Jennifer Mason. I do that all the time.
the best would be to buy a bag and then she would divide it up. But basically, she would have it where, with the exception of like making some instant mashed potatoes,
Yeah. And
most
I
of the
hate.
stuff.
I hate it. I don't make instant mashed potatoes. I have been known to um, cook the potatoes, let them cool, and vacuum seal those little suckers.
Hmm.
Then I let them thaw up, and I'll mash them with a beater. It'll be. It's,
Did Marcia just go silent?
yes, you did. My grandson's talking to me. Hold on.
Where did I put it? I'm missing half a head. I bet it's over there. I'm not going over there.
Okay. Uh, okay, Diana. You have a good night work and stay cool, honey. If you can, as much as possible. And don't work
Literally.
too hard. Yeah, honey, I could have.
Literally try to stay cool.
Oh, yeah, today we had to come in. It was so, I was dripping. I mean, it was dripping all over me. And I just said, nope, we're going to take a break. Let's go take a break. Came in the house. It was like, oh my God, I got to stay in here for a while. We stayed in for about an hour and 15 to an hour and a half, somewhere in there.
Mm.
Oh, oh, good. She's mostly in office tonight. So, yeah, we stayed in here for about an hour and 15 to an hour and 30, just cooling down and hot rehydrating big time. And so, yeah, it was definitely uh, worth it. We got back out and finished it, and then we were done. But my back is going to pay for it. It already is. Oh, good. She's mostly in the office tonight. I like that.
Yeah.
As long as the systems are working, she figures only about 4 hours tonight, doing check-in tonight. And like she said earlier, hope the systems are working in office mostly tonight. Good. Yeah, I've done the same thing, Francis. I make casseroles and let them cool, and then I divide them up into
Yep.
serving sizes. I've done that with soups. I've done it with all kinds of stuff. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what mom does because my mom grew up feeding an army. When her and dad got married, mom made baked macaroni and cheese and they ate on it for a couple of weeks.
I can't eat the same thing every night for a while. I can't do it.
My dad bought my
Welcome
mom
back, Princeton.
welcome back for cooking for two.
Ooh,
So that his lovely wife could learn how to cook for two people.
yeah.
And then she started working in a cafeteria feeding an army.
Oh, yeah. That'll change your brain.
So my mom can cook for any quantity of people.
Yeah.
And when you're on fixed income, you always look for ways to cut the bill.
And actually cooking bigger portions, bigger quantity at one time, and then freezing it is cheaper.
Yeah, because buying 10 pounds of ground beef is cheaper per pound than buying a 1 pound pack of ground beef.
Yep. And if you're going to cook it, it doesn't take 10 times as long to cook 1 pound depending on your skillet, as it does 10 pounds.
Yeah, but so,
You get a big enough,
she would
yeah, there's your electricity you're saving too. And your
sit
time
there
and energy.
one weekend a month. She cooked
Yep,
and she bagged it all up.
yep.
And she knew what things to make extras of because my uncle would come over. She would make herself roast beef and gravy, pork chops, pork roast, pork loin, baked chicken, fried chicken. Well, she would actually not fry the chicken in advance, but she would have it prepackaged.
Yeah, already ready to fry it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Some of the things she wouldn't pre-cook, but sauces and gravies and stuff like that, absolutely. She would, because she made them from scratch.
Yep.
Her jambalaya, she would make the sauce, but not the rice.
Gotcha.
So she would make a big pot of the jambalaya sauce and then bag it up.
Yep.
Multiple days. Then all she had to do was cook herself a little bit of rice to put with it and be done.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what she did with all kinds of stuff like that.
That's what my sister-in-law and I used to do. God rest both their souls. When my mother-in-law had to have a hip replaced and she couldn't be up on her feet, we each would show up once a month. Every 2 weeks, somebody was there. And so, yeah, it worked out perfect because it took us no time at all to, get things organized, and we would cook up pre-portioned we had them back then. They used to have, like, the TV dinners used to come in reusable plates.
Yeah.
And then we found,
Microwavable too.
yes, microwavable too. And we literally had some of them wrapped up, and then some of them we put them on microwavable plates. So all she had to do was just get into the kitchen, put it in the microwave, start the microwave, and then that was it. And she was fine. And we each would go one of us would be there every 2 weeks and organize her food for her.
Yep. Oh, this is going to be a pain in the butt to turn.
Yeah. Hi, sweetheart. Thank you, sweetie pie. Appreciate it.
When
Yeah.
it's back down to just Jeff and I here at the house, we'll do a lot of that.
Yeah.
Because I'm still going to want my etouffee. Etouffee will not be reserved for only when I go down to Florida. And so I'll just freeze it. Because I have a tendency to make an overabundance. It's just the way I am. Because I grew up with a grandmother who guaranteed nobody was going home hungry. So I had a tendency to overcook to make sure there was always enough food. Feeding half the football team, huh?
A girlfriend is dropping off my part of my birthday present, which I left because I had to race from the luncheon the other day to
Mm.
get home in time. So she's just dropped off my pretty plant that they got me. So, therefore, I'll be right back.
Okay. The thread's crossed. Can't have that. Oops. Can't have a knot in the thread, so yeah. And using those stitch holders makes it so much easier because it aligns the holes so that the stitches just go right in. That's another reason why I put them so close, because I'm going around this oval. And curves are harder to stitch than straight lines. So by putting them every 3 holes, it makes it really keeps these stitches better, the holes better aligned. So I can just stitch. I don't know why this thing just quits moving.
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. I had one of the yappies, my group of lady friends, bring
Mm-hmm.
my part of my birthday present home over to me because I had to leave the other day real quick. So she just dropped it off as she's on her way to Miami Beach.
Mm.
They have a condo there. So they're going to their condo for the rest of the weekend. Probably Monday afternoon, Tuesday, they'll come back. Whew.
Going to condo.
Yeah. Of course, that condo cost them a freaking fortune. I wouldn't
I
be
bet.
doing it. Oh, yeah, because all the condos have to be upgraded to new laws and new codes. And each condo, there's 450 condos in this building. It's like a U-shaped building.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 450 units. And each one is having to pay $50,000. Yeah, exactly.
What?
And they have to pay 20% right away, and then they have to pay the other about 80% Um, monthly payments within 3 years.
I mean, that's like getting a
That's
small
like
house
no shit.
or buying a whole ass house in Mississippi and or something like
But
that.
each condo's worth about close to 2 mil. So hey,
Never mind. I
if you
don't
can.
feel sorry for them. If you can afford a 2 mil condo, you can afford $50,000.
But the funny part is they didn't pay 2 mil for it. It was they bought it years ago, and I mean years ago. And I think they paid $60,000 for it, and they had it gutted and redone. And yeah, it's beautiful, but
But now
no,
they have to have all this other stuff done.
yeah, yeah.
Crazy. What do they have to have done to it?
Where they got to have, I don't know. It's something within the laws that it has to be. The structure itself has to be reinforced or something like that. I don't know exactly
Mm.
what it is. That's why I've already decided if I buy a condo, it's going to have to be already inspected and already up to date, and the unit I buy will have already paid its dues. I will not buy one that has the dues still due. So what I'm paying for it has already got that part covered. So yeah, not going there.
It's going to be hard enough going from having a house to having it where you have to pay yearly dues or whatever it is.
Monthly, monthly. They get you monthly.
Yeah. With someone else telling you what you can do with your space.
Yeah. Well, I don't. Number one, I want a ground one because
Oh, I know. You want all ground and you want it where you don't have yard maintenance to do and everything.
right.
I absolutely understand your logic for it.
Yeah.
It would be hard for me to go to that.
Oh, it's going to be hard for me too, but I just can't do it with what the situation I've got going on now.
Hmm.
And my age is not conducive to this anymore. Because we used to do it ourselves, a lot of it. And I enjoyed doing the yard work and doing all that. That was some of my relaxed time, but I just can't do it anymore. My body says, "Are you freaking kidding me?" So, yeah. So, my daughter and son in law, since they got a night off from their son, they went to, I think it's called Spectacular at Busch Gardens.
Mm. Because the grandson can't do that because he got himself grounded.
Oh, big time. He's basically grounded to the first
He
of the
won't
year.
try to get your husband's phone, will he?
Oh, he's already done that.
You're kidding.
No.
Since he's been here since yesterday.
Yeah.
Good
Good night, Jennifer. Enjoy, sweetheart.
night,
And
Jennifer.
oh, I gotta ask you, how are you feeling today? I did not ask. I'm sorry. Uh, yeah, I think it was last week. He went in and got something of his dad's,
I
which
knew he did that. I've been talking about your husband's.
oh no, his phone. My husband's phone doesn't have anything on it that he can get to, and he
Mm.
doesn't even have Wi-Fi. I didn't
Oh,
set up the
okay.
Wi-Fi on his phone.
He doesn't have internet on his phone.
Nope. Nope.
Yeah, I knew that he had messed with his parental unit's phones.
Oh yeah. And
Man,
he's not.
me being the person that I am, would be getting programmed so that when he logged into my phone or my computer, it said busted. That's it, just busted.
Less swollen, like I want this Halloween mask off, but inches better each day. Thanks for asking. Ah, I'm glad you're doing better, sweetheart. And it's not a Halloween mask. You're beautiful no matter how you look at it.
Oh, Shadow came in.
Inside and out. Oh, hey, Shadow.
She was in earlier.
Uh-huh.
She's probably watching.
Okay.
And she said, I got a few packages I need to say thank you for. Marsha, you're one of the 3 packages she got in.
Oh, I think she only got half of mine today. I think the other half's supposed to come tomorrow. I think.
So she has another package coming, maybe.
Yeah, I think.
Cool.
I think only 2 out of the 3 came in today.
Well, if she is still watching from her television, she won't be able to type. But if she's still watching from her television, then she'll now know that there's another package.
Yeah, because there was supposed to be a single pajama set and then a 2 pajama set, 2 pairs of pajamas, 2 sets, and then the masks. I know I bought that much, and I don't remember if I bought something else too or not.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
I remember you were discussing the head covering.
Oh, yes, and the hat. I don't think she got the hat and the 2 pajama set yet.
Well, if she's still watching, she
got the face masks and 1 pajama set today. She was supposed to anyway.
Well, she got something because she came in to chat and said something, and then after a little while, she said, I'm going to go switch over to the television, so I won't be able to type, but I'll be watching.
Okay.
Sitting up too long is hard on her right now while she's going through these treatments.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, I know.
So, yeah, so she lays down and watches us.
Yeah.
After talking to her on the phone, I found out she's watching more than I knew. I'm like, oh my gosh, there's so many people, they're just lurking. Yeah, she's one of those.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that,
yeah.
as I said before.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there is a way to twin needle stitch where you can actually be putting, here, I'll pull this through and show you. You can use smaller needles and put it where you put the needles in like this, and you can pass both of the needles through. The problem with that is I have to use a smaller needle and smaller thread.
Nope.
Or my holes have to be bigger.
Yeah.
The point of me dropping down to a smaller size hole than what the pattern calls for and using thread that's the size of the hole is to cover up the holes.
Right. You don't see them as much. Yeah.
Because I don't like using the pricking irons that make the little slots in the leather.
Mm-mm.
I've had experience with those ripping.
Yeah, they tear. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because it's a slot.
Yep.
It's a slit in the leather.
It starts to tear. Yeah.
Circles cut in leather, holes, circles, actually distribute the stress better.
That's
to logical. The point that it is, because if you have to cut a piece of leather, like I put laces in the back of a one, so you have a boot, the back of a boot, and you cannot see that. And I split it here. I actually put a circle here at the bottom of it, so when it spreads out and it creates a V, the stress goes across all of this. If it's just a straight line, the stress goes to this point, and that means it radiates in all directions and rips your leather.
That's logical.
So making the circle in it works it out where it distributes the weight, the pressure, and doesn't rip and tear your leather. It will actually cause it to stretch a little bit instead of ripping it.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Today's the 26th, so Tori, Lisa's going on at 9.
Yes.
Okay, so it's 8:17.
Okay.
And welcome, Patty Lynn.
Hi, Patty Lynn. I hope you're having a good Saturday. Saturday in the park. Oh, sorry. Don't mind me. I might have lost a
Now,
marble. Actually,
what did you do to your thumb that made it achy breaky?
I was opening something and I had my hand turned funny. So when I did I felt something move here that I don't think either it's something that wasn't supposed to move and I'm in trouble, or it was something that should have moved and it's going to hurt for a while, but then it's going to help out overall. Not sure which it is.
Okay. Well, let's
But
hope for the latter.
either way, if it's still hurting after the first of the year, I'm going back to the hand doctor. Well, actually, I have to find a new hand doctor because my hand doctor quit right after he became my hand doctor.
Patty Lynn went to a trunk or treat with 2 grands. Love little kids in costume. Yeah, they used to have that here.
I have to find out if the older kids want to go trunk or treating this year. They did last year because they were like, "You're never too old to trick or treat."
No, we got big ones around here too. This year, I am not doing trick or treating. I cannot have that front door open like that.
Yeah, I absolutely understand.
Yeah.
You need a reverse mail slot. They come up, they knock on the door and say trick or treat, and you slide a piece of candy out the mail slot.
Yeah. Except mine get 2 or 3 pieces.
Huh?
I give the kids 2 or 3 pieces. I
Well,
always
yeah,
have a lot
but
of
you need
candy
like
around.
a reverse mail slot for that.
Yeah. I'm not putting the mail slot in my door. Oh.
That would have been a way to do it for COVID.
Yeah.
Actually, no one trick or treats in our neighborhood anyway. I'll go to the store and I'll get some stuff because we might have 2 or 3 people show up. One year we had one car with 3 little bitty kids and a teenager. And we had to make the teenager take candy because he thought he was told he was too old to trick or treat. And so I informed him at my house, if you're under 100, you're allowed to trick or treat. He laughed, told me he was definitely under 100, and took a couple pieces of candy from me.
Yeah. Yep.
That's my philosophy. And actually, if you're 100 years old and you show up at my doorstep knocking on my door saying trick or treat, baby, I'm going to give you trick or treat. I'm going to give you treats. I will ask you if you need a drink. I will bring you in the house and give you a drink.
Yep.
Oh, Marcia, you weren't here. I burnished all the edges using the Tokonol. Well, first I dyed them. First I went over and
I remember you were going to dye them.
The Lincoln black leather dye on them.
Mm-hmm.
Which this stuff stinks. The Lincolns in the glass jars, it stinks. And then I put a little Tokonol. I didn't do them to shining, but I did smooth them out because these are all going to be on the inside.
The inside, right.
But my strip,
Oh, that looks good.
And so, when it folds over into half,
yeah, you won't see
on this, I do need to dye it because of the holes, but when I put it around there, it'll look good.
Yes, that'll look
But
fantastic.
I actually want to see if I
Terry
can finish that
Silverstone
side.
asked a question. Why, after the
Yes,
first year, you have new deductibles then?
actually, my copay card is refreshed because I wiped out my copay card. Um, yeah. In addition to the deductible thing, I have a copay card that pays almost everything out of pocket that I could possibly need paid. Um,
And
I
this year it got wiped out.
actually, you know what? I still could go to the hand doctor. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Let's see what they say. Let me see if I can getting an appointment will be the hard part.
Yeah,
Because I do go to the sports medicine doctors. I don't go to just any old hand doctor. I go to the hand doctors that are doing the work for the professional ball teams.
yeah.
So, professional and college basketball, football, baseball.
That's where Robert's going to get his hand stuff done, his wrist stuff done. They do all the
Ooh,
football and
the
basketball
sirens are
too.
going off. Now you're going to hear a dog howling. Can you hear her?
I did once, but I don't hear her now. I hear the barking, but not the howling.
It's funny. Anytime there's a siren, Sage needs to talk to her people. And when she's inside the house, nobody is good to her like I am. If she can find me, she will run through the house to find me and just sit and look at me because she knows I will sit there and I'm not lying. I'll look at her and I'll go, "Do we need to talk to our people?" And she starts dancing. I'll go, "Oh," and she will howl. And she will do it. Actually, that might be him outside because I just heard howling upstairs. But I'll do that. I'll just do this. Oh, and then she'll howl. And she'll do it a few times. I said, "Are we done now?" And then she'll walk off. As long as I let her do it a couple of times, she's not so bad.
Yeah.
You don't let her do it, if you don't give her that allowance, then she's for forever. But I just let her talk to her
She's
peoples.
talking. Yeah, she's talking back. Yeah, because you denied her the opportunity.
Terry,
Yeah.
thank you for bringing that up. So maybe I'll just go ahead and
Try and get an appointment.
yeah, my mouth has to wait because I kind of need a whole bunch of money for my mouth. Unless I hit the lottery or find a sugar daddy who wants nothing in return for giving me about $6,000. Other than leather work, I'll make him all the leather stuff he needs. I'll make him his $6,000 worth of leather works. I skipped a whole.
My poor body. I have bruises on my arms. I have scratches because one area of my hedge is full of thorns. There's another plant that has invaded that I cut back frequently as much as I can.
So you got
But
beat up by your bush.
oh yeah, back of my hands and my forearms and the back of my hands. Yeah,
And if you went to the
between
doctor, what would he tell you?
don't do that.
Marsha, why
Yes,
weren't you wearing gloves?
I can't wear gloves.
You can. You choose not to.
No, I can't. I cannot. I don't. I'm tactile.
I know.
I
No, I hear you. I was being sarcastic with that one
yeah.
because that's what I get told. Well, you can wear gloves. No, I can't. Yeah, you
No,
can. No, I
no,
can't. Well, I
no, I
can, but
can't.
then I can't do what I need to do.
Right. It's not going to get done right, and I'll miss half of it. And
That's kind
yeah,
of like, why
no,
don't I wear a thimble? Because I
yeah,
can't
can't
feel
do
the
it.
freaking needle through the thimble.
Right. Yep. Yep. That's the way it goes, folks.
Wow. Been there 8 years. First year went through $800 worth of candy and ran out a half hour before trick-or-treating ended.
Spent
That's
that the
fun.
next year. Was never so thankful when COVID hit. She's been there 6 years, not 8. Whew.
Oh, 6 years. Sorry. My
Yeah.
eyeballs. Say.
Yeah,
I
my
think
daughter went through a ton of candy down here to now she lives out in the boonies, and they never have trick-or-treaters. Plus, she's in the Bible Belt, and most of those people do not
they
believe
don't
in
do that. It's only
Halloween.
the heathens do that.
Yeah, right.
They don't
Hmm.
act, they don't participate in that heathenistic activities.
Correct.
Whatever. You know what? For us, it was just a day that we went around and got candy from strangers.
Yep.
It was fun time. It had no religious meaning at all. It was
Well, I've
spooky.
been in this house since June of 81.
Just a minute
That's
or two.
that's too many years. I think it should be a mandatory requirement that people move maximum every 15 years.
Nope.
And
Never
the,
moved again.
and the reason I say that is because a lot of us become hoarders.
No, no, time. But you know, if
You're
you have
just,
really good friends, when they pack your stuff up, they just pack it all up.
yeah,
They don't care if you hadn't seen it in 5 years. They
yep,
pack it all up.
yep. Oh, Petty Lynn, I never figured I was going to move, but I am now. I do not want the aggravation of house maintenance anymore. Just don't want it. I got
Someone
enough on
packed
my
my
plate.
bag of trash when we moved.
Oh,
Luckily,
gee.
it was paper trash. So when I had gone through a bunch of paperwork and just tore it up, it wasn't shredded. It wasn't stuff that needed to be shredded. But I
Hmm.
just tear it in half. That's so that if I look at it, I go, "Oh, this is trash."
Yeah.
Someone tied it in a knot and packed it in a box.
Yeah, well, hey.
I was not impressed.
Well, they just wanted to make sure you had everything you had in the house. You got it.
But then I have the other friend who went through everything in my kitchen to make sure that he did not pack anything that was expired.
Good. Yeah.
And if it was going to expire by the end of the month, he put it on my counter for me to cook it.
Yep. It's
Obviously not
8:30.
piece of
It's
chocolate.
8:30.
Halfway around it.
8:30.
Okay.
Okay. Just telling you.
Well, I'm going to sew the other half of this while I'm on Lisa's,
Hmm.
because then I got to wet it and I got to flip it and I got to shape it. And that's a lot of work and you guys do not want to hear the words that might be coming out of my mouth later.
Oh, with flipping and shaping? Yeah. No, not really. I can live without that.
So I can mute myself on Lisa's channel and not be considered really rude. But if I do that on my own channel, it's considered rude. I
Yeah,
don't
kind
understand.
of.
Just how people are.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Has sweetheart Terry been in tonight?
I have not seen Terry.
Haven't seen him in a
Maybe
couple
he's
days.
actually sleeping.
Let's hope, because his life is. See you later, Patty Lynn. Oh, my aching body.
I am going to be popping over to Tully's in a pod at 9 p.m. Normally it's at 10. But I'm going to pop over there. If you're not subscribed, please do. She does rocks, crystals, and gem sales usually on Thursdays, but sometimes she does it other days of the week too, so you should tune in. You should also go and subscribe to her counterpart, her Rainbow Lemur persona.
Crayola the lemur.
I'm just going to do a quick rundown because I actually want to go over and pop over to Elizabeth's for a minute. On Wednesdays and Thursdays at 8:30, Elizabeth's Handmade Jewelry goes on, and she sells jewelry, sometimes resin stuff. And some of the necklaces she gets would make really good hat bands. So I'm going to pop over there and see if she has any. And tell her to pull up some hat band material for me. She's doing sales to do the money for her son's Christmas. And on Fridays at 8 p.m., we go over to get Swamp. Robbie Z will tell us, and whoever else is there will tell us what's been going on the farm. They will open their mail. They will answer questions, and they will do their sales of rocks, crystals, and gems. The proceeds from those sales finances the farm. Get Swamped. And if anyone is interested in making donations, you may do so. You can donate smaller donations that are not tax deductible to Get Swamped. But if you are looking at making a tax deductible donation of a larger quantity, then you should donate over at Animal Crossing Educational Sanctuary, which is a 501c3, federally recognized. And you should go subscribe, and that way you can get the notifications so you can catch when Stacy goes live. She sells some. Wow, my lips just went stupid. She sells some cool stuff. She does sell some rocks, crystals, gems, jewelry, 3D printed items, and more.
Yep.
And her mystery bags are always worth well more than what you paid for it. And hanging over there with her is the Flutter Yo, who does fishing videos. We're going to be coming up on ice season where she'll be fishing on the ice, where Marsha will close her eyes. And if you like watching someone who has a collection of spheres, I think she's coming up on 200 of them now. Miss Diana Mrs. Balls lady does her videos. And I'm going to see if I can post these together. If you are into miniatures, you should check out Tori. He has his Facebook where he posts pictures. And he also has a YouTube channel, but he doesn't post it on YouTube yet. But we're trying to get him there. I think if he got enough subscribers, he would start posting. And we're trying to build up the channel of CPR, aka Phil, so that he can start going live in his Jazzy Mobile around town and show what's going on. If you are looking for a unique gift, you should pop over to Facebook to Tisa's Artisan Craft and Carvings and check out what's going on over there and see if you can find that perfect gift for the person you care about. After the first of the year, you should stay tuned because rumor has it Storage Brats will be selling again. I can't wait. I have loved everything I've ever gotten from them, and I just enjoy their personalities. That's the adults and the children's personalities. I just love them.
Yeah, they're nice people. Nice peoples.
They're real.
Mm-hmm.
They do not go online and create a persona that's not them. They're kind of what we call WYSIWYG. What you see is what you get.
Mm-hmm.
If you see them in private, like face-to-face in private, they're exactly the same as they are on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what makes a person cool. I hate hearing, you should see how he acts when he's not online. You should see how she talks when she's not on live. No, baby. If you can't be this all the time, don't be.
Yep.
Don't go live if you can't be yourself. This is not a movie set. Be
Yep.
you.
Renee said Calista will be reading too.
Calista.
I don't know. That's what just Renee said.
I have no idea who that is or where that is.
I don't either.
Or what that's in reference to. I don't know a Calista.
I don't know either.
Oh, okay. Oh, she does readings? Or do you mean, okay, reading as in reading books and stories? Or reading like in cards? His daughter, probably reading books then. Because she's a youngin'.
Yeah.
Okay.
Reading books. Okay.
That's cool. They encourage their children to get out and do. So
Yeah.
I appreciate you all being here. Like I said, I'm going to pop over to Elizabeth's for a little bit. I am going to finish sewing this half. And you notice how it misshapes. Because I took what was a circle and turned it into an oval. And so this will also take shape when I get there. And I think you can see how it curves in a little bit on the sides. And you'll see it more, I guess, when I put it together. It's not as dramatic as I thought it was going to be. So I think next time I might put seams down the sides so that I can give it more of a figure.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Do that effect on both sides.
Yeah.
And force it into giving it a better figure. Because I don't want to seam down the front.
No.
So I can do it where I can mark center sides.
Right.
And then make it really
have an hourglass figure.
Yeah, do that. No, well, actually, it'll be wider at the top than at the bottom.
Right.
It'll be more like a triangle. But look at that top of that hat.
That's gonna look good.
Yep. So I will see you all probably tomorrow because I'm going to actually go to bed early tonight. Haha. That means I'm going to go to bed before 4 a.m. For real. I'm actually going to set my clock for 1:30 so that 1:30 I can tell Lisa I need to go.
Yeah, and stick to it.
Yeah. So that I can hopefully get myself in bed by 2 so that I can get up in the morning because Topher and I are supposed to be redoing my table. We were supposed to redo it today, and that didn't happen. And so hopefully I'll be able to do that because I really do need to do it. I really want to do it. I dread taking everything off of the table to redo it, but that's exactly what I'm going to do. I have to take absolutely everything off.
Yep. Good night, Hannah.
Start from scratch. Good night, Hannah.
Good night, Renee.
Decide if I'm going to clamp on the table, clamp the table piece together, or if I'm actually going to drill holes through this chemistry table. I hate the idea of drilling the holes through the chemistry table.
You can get those little, if you can get the little plastic plug that fills it up later, no problem.
Yeah, but it's still, it's.
Yeah, I know.
This is that thick chemistry table. And actually, I don't know what's inside the black plastic type covering that's on it. I don't know if it's wood. Actually, I don't know if it's metal inside. All I know is this thing weighs a ton. This is like a black chemistry table from the 60s or 70s. Heavy as heck with adjustable legs. So I'm thinking about getting C-clamps.
Oh, yeah.
Or if I do bolt it, it'll be on the edge. I'm just worried that I'm going to start drilling and all of a sudden I'm going to hit steel.
Yeah. Then
That's my fear.
Then you change bits and then you have to go back to wood again.
And I can't cut steel while I'm in here. I'm not putting metal shavings on my floor.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And I can't carry this table outside.
Nope.
It was a bear getting it in here with the way the door is and the swing.
Yeah.
Now, especially now that there's furniture in that other room. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking a bunch of C-clamps that I could actually use to support other stuff that's on the table.
Yep.
Because if I put C-clamps at that corner and that corner, I can actually put a strap, attach a strap to the C-clamp to swing it behind the cabinet with the drawers in it.
Ooh.
Which would stop that from being able to slide off the table.
Oh, that's an idea. Yeah.
Because what you guys don't see is when I'm banging holes and doing a lot of banging.
Yeah,
at the end of the day, I have to shift everything back into the desk.
Yeah, because it walks backwards. Yes.
I forgot to last night, and I had a pencil cup fly off the table over here today. So now I have pencils and pens and stuff on the floor over there that I'll pick up when I go upstairs. So I'm trying to think of, wholly how this would work.
Yeah.
And to keep it together. But I'm going to try to figure it out as I go. So I'm coming on tomorrow after I get the table back together. That's all I can tell you.
Okay.
Depending on what time we start and how long it takes, it could be as early as 3 or 4 o'clock. It could be as late as 6.
Give me a heads up because I'll be available probably.
Okay.
Because Bubby leaves tomorrow, probably by noon. He'll be gone.
So he behaved since he's been there?
So far.
That's good.
It's not over yet, honey, but Woods, so far.
All righty. I'm going to let you guys go. Like I said, I'm going to go over to Elizabeth's, work on this some more. I'll at least get this part done, get it flipped. I might go ahead and pin the wire on this. Around the outside edge.
Yeah.
And be ready to stitch that on tomorrow. And then I'll just have the center to connect the brim to this. And we'll be done.
Yay. Good night, everybody. Have a great evening. Hope to see you at Dooley's.
See you all at Dooley's. Bye for now.
Bye, all.